All right, we'll call the General Committee meeting to order on this Tuesday, March 12th at 9:09 a.m. Thank you for the early start, folks. We've got some meteor bills to get through today, so I'd like to get right to it if we can. We'll go a little bit out of order than what's on the agenda. I'd like to start, please, with item number 5. Could I have a motion to JFS to the floor and act concerning cannabis and hemp regulation? JFS to the floor, LCO number 2922, please.
Second.
All right. Got that, MJ? Thank you. Okay, so this is the cannabis bill. It's been revised. I know folks have had a chance to see it. Let me just give a brief summary and we can get to some discussion on it. But I'd urge everyone, and I've told members this, but I'd urge everyone who's obviously observing it in the audience and elsewhere to not get hung up on the levels that are in the bill that we're talking about with respect to THC levels. The important point here is the structure. This is a different structure than what was in the original bill. This now has a structure for the sale of THC infused beverages, a structure that puts them through essentially our existing liquor regulatory regime. They can only be sold, according to this bill, proposed bill, through our liquor stores, age gated at 21. There's a wholesale excise tax imposed as well. So there's actually going to be, I think, a little bit revenue positive. But the point is that that structure is in place for infused beverages. Right now, the bill says up to 2.5% THC per container. Again, only sold at liquor stores, not sold at restaurants, not sold in convenience stores, not sold anywhere else. It would be solely through our liquor regime and enforced through our liquor regime, and again, age gated. There is also a structure for what I will call low THC dose products, the so-called hemp products we've been talking about that exist outside of our regulated cannabis marketplace. Again, up to 2.5% THC per container, and still preserving the 0.3% dry weight basis as well. So if you want to make those hemp tea bags with the flower, you can still do that. But when we're talking about hemp gummies, hemp tinctures, that sort of thing, they could be sold outside of our regulated marketplace. But this bill establishes a structure that again imposes age gating, imposes testing requirements on those products, makes sure that we've got a little bit more of a regulatory overlay on those products because they do contain THC and therefore have some intoxicating properties. And so we wanted to impose a bit more of a structure on the sale of those products as well. Again, don't get hung up on the limits. The point is there's a structure for infused beverages. There's a structure for these, what I'll call again, low dose THC products. Another important part of this bill that's definitely amplified from the prior version you saw is the enforcement piece. I think while there's going to be, I think, a continued discussion and debate within the caucuses about what we want to allow in terms of outside of the regulated structure with respect to these infused beverages, et cetera. One thing that seemed very clear as we progressed, and certainly discussions with members of my caucus, members of the Republican caucus, across the board, it seems like one thing we know we've failed at, it seems to me, in the last couple of years is enforcement. Our current structure certainly imposes upon DCP an obligation to regulate the dispensaries and the grow market, and they're doing a great job on that. But we intentionally left enforcement of the unregulated market to our criminal laws and our local police departments, and that's just not working for a variety of reasons. And this is certainly not a slight at our local PDs. They've got plenty to do, and understandably, enforcement of the unregulated cannabis marketplace, given the legal overlay that now exists, has become more difficult for them, more confusing for them. It's hard for them to go into a store and know when something hits a ratio or contains a certain amount or where it came from. So this attempts to solve that by, while we still have the existing criminal law structure, we don't touch that. We impose a new civil enforcement regime, relying on two main areas: our Attorney General's office, will now be empowered to impose some fairly significant fines on the unregulated marketplace, to the extent that products, for example, these THC infused beverages we're talking about, if you see them in a convenience store when we know they're supposed to be sold in a liquor store, you can go in and slap some very heavy fines on that business and on the owners of that business. This was something important as well. We were seeing that landlords need to take responsibility for the businesses that are going in and that are violating our laws. So we've got a whole civil enforcement regime with some fairly significant penalties that now lies in the hands of the Attorney General. In addition to that, we've created a municipal enforcement option. If a town has a vape shop in its borders that their health department goes in and sees cannabis products, sees products that should be in our regulated stores, they can go down and shut down that store. And we've imposed a fine structure as well, and we've allowed municipalities to keep some of those fines. So we've got a dual path here, a dual civil enforcement path with the AG's office and with our municipalities. And that's very consistent with, frankly, the local control that we embedded in the original RERACA Act with respect to local decision-making, local enforcement. So that's a piece in this bill that I think has bipartisan support, at least from the folks I was hearing from, certainly in my caucus, and hearing from our ranking members as well, what they were hearing in their caucus. So structurally, that's what's in the bill. Other things remain from the original version with respect to, for example, opening. We know we've got a grow issue, so we're trying to make it. We know money's dried up there in terms of the infrastructure for growth, so we're allowing people to step down from cultivator to micro cultivator. We're allowing folks to partner with our existing hemp farms to use that existing infrastructure to grow. We're allowing an expanded DIA definition to apply for outdoor growth. So if you can't find the acreage in a particular disproportionately impacted area in a town, but you can find it elsewhere in that same town that has a DIA, you can grow there. Again, subject to local zoning approval and local control. So those pieces remain, but again, structurally, the most important things that are in this version are that infused beverage piece, the low dose THC structure that's now in place, and as I mentioned, the new enforcement regime. So hopefully that helps answer some questions. Again, my final words on that, just don't get hung up on the levels. This will be a continuing discussion. We want to still continue to hear from people, but I'd like to move this bill forward, at least with the structure that we've been talking about, and continue the conversation. So let me open it up for comments, please. Representative Tigliano, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that was a great explanation of the bill. I really appreciate it. I believe that this bill represents the best of this committee. Everybody's ideas were put forth, seriously considered, and it has a lot of stuff in there that some of us wanted. And it really is sort of what we do here in the General Law Committee. So I'm recommending to my members, our members, that we do vote this out of committee today. And without, really, there's no more comment. You kind of explained the whole thing. You did a great job. So great.
Other comments, please. Senator Kissel, please. And I know we've got some folks online as well. We'll get to them.
Yeah, I like to associate myself with the remarks of Ranking Member Rutigliano. I believe you, in particular, I know that sort of our Senate co-chair sort of takes the AI area and those high-tech things, and I don't know whether you guys did iron, rock, paper, scissors, but you got the hemp and marijuana. But I think it is complicated. I think the testing, we are limited as far as enforcement, as far as to what tools are available. Let's say I'm just like a beat cop and I go in there, or I work for DCP. I don't know if I have the tools to whip it out and like open a bag of whatever they're selling to test and make either confiscate it or let it go. My overarching question, I should know this by plowing through the bill, but I was amazed, and I guess I shouldn't be, but when we move forward in this direction, in particular with marijuana, but hemp seems to be sort of floating around out there in various ways, shapes, and forms. I frankly basically took the world and said it's smokable marijuana or edibles. And that was sort of my mindset. I guess with anything in a free marketplace, providers are going to come up with creative ideas to sell product. And so now we have this new, to my mind, I guess maybe it's not, but this burgeoning liquefied THC, CBD, and that's sort of along, so almost at tandem with what I have seen in the alcohol realm is that wine seems to be stable, and I defer to the experts in the audience for this. Beer seems to sort of like fading down, although there's a bigger interest now in sort of different brew pubs and local kinds of beers and that kind of, so it's a little more specialized, but my guess would be that the overall consumption might be sort of shifting down. And now we have these like seltzers, and into the seltzer field, we have these THC seltzers. And I'm just wondering, I know that at the beginning of this year, you had said, hey, we have a model, people pay millions of dollars to get into the THC field with dispensaries, and you sort of wanted to limit it to that. Then we had testimony from package stores saying, hey, this is much more similar to alcohol and that it comes in a bottle, it's liquid, it's like wine, it's like spirits. And I'm just wondering what your vision is for how we're going to move forward in this liquefied CBD, THC burgeoning world.
Look, it's a great question. I always feel like we're paying a little bit of whack-a-mole on this committee with now that we legalized cannabis. And I think you're always going to continue to have the marketplace putting products out there, and we've got to make a decision on whether or not we want to regulate them. I do have a concern. I mean, this is just me speaking, that once we go outside, and I said this, right? Once we go outside of the structure we created, we lose some element of control. And this revised bill is an attempt to wrest back a little bit of that control by trying to shoehorn these other products into, certainly with the beverages, a regulatory structure that we're familiar with. But I do worry about that. I really do. And I think next year and the year after that, you might have different products you got to react to. And so that was my hesitation, quite frankly, to go outside of the existing structure. And I'll say this, I mean, I'm happy to, I want to move this out the way we've got it. These structures get this discussion. I have no idea how my whole caucus is going to feel about this. We need to caucus this with the House Democrats, Senate Democrats, Republican Senate members. Everybody needs to talk about it, because I'm sure there will be some people who will say, I voted for this when it came to legalization, and now you're telling me it's this. And they'll be uncomfortable with that. Others, though, may say, well, if it's legal, alcohol went from whatever it started out after Prohibition to now a burgeoning billion-dollar industry. Maybe that's where we're headed, and they're okay with that evolution. So this bill is part of that whole process, quite frankly. And are people going to be comfortable with it right now? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they'll want to do what we're proposing 2 years from now or 5 years from now. I don't know. But let's have the discussion. Again, it's a rapidly evolving regulatory regime that we need to respond to. And again, maybe it's destined to be the same as liquor, and in 10 years we'll be debating whether or not the infused beverages are going to be in supermarkets, along with wine.
Oh no, we don't want that.
Yeah, but see, that's kind of that's where it all fits. Does it become that, or does it become something else? I don't know, Senator, but it's certainly a fascinating discussion, and one I know I never thought I'd be part of when I got elected to the legislature.
Well,
So
there
thank
you go. You
Thank
never
for the
know.
question and comment.
The legislature is a university in motion. Well, I just want to thank you for all your hard work on this. It is a little bit of a work in progress to that extent. There's more discussions to be had. I think it is a brave new world when it comes to liquefied THC and CBD, and, are they seltzers? And I remember when we were, sort of just slowly moving towards the legalization of recreational marijuana. We had lots of experts from Yale and throughout the country on, its interreaction with alcohol and how it affects driving. And I think we need more analysis on how this impacts people's skill sets. And obviously with the, I don't know, Tim, what you're doing over here, but I'm trying to keep it short. Yeah, with the burgeoning marketplace, just what we've seen in the last 2 years, we're going to, as much as you want to stay ahead of this, there's a little bit of catch up, but I applaud your efforts. And I agree with Ranking Member Retigliano and my good friend, Ranking Member Senator Ciccarella, that this is something that we want to support going forward, and applaud your efforts, all of your efforts and leadership of cobbling this together so that we can continue these fruitful discussions. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cohen's online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo some of the sentiments. I appreciate all the hard work that the leadership of this committee has put into this, as evidenced by the good chair statements at the top of the meeting. Many of you know, you were around for this in 2019. We passed hemp legislation, and we really billed it as the new cash crop of Connecticut. It was going to help our struggling farmers. They were going to get licensed and have new opportunities. And it's been really difficult for them to make it work, particularly since the legalization of recreational marijuana and the regulation associated with the same. So I think this bill takes strides in being mindful of our hemp farmers and the CBD industry, as well as the consumers of those products, many of whom we heard rely on these items for medicinal purposes. I do think we can do more here, but I appreciate the chair's sentiments about not getting too hung up on THC minimums at this point. And again, just appreciate where we are today with the recognition that further tweaks may be needed. I know this is a really difficult balance in making the economics of all of this work and being mindful of balancing public health and our youth across the state of Connecticut. So I'll be a yes today. And again, just appreciate being able to work on this as we move forward.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Other comments or questions from committee members? Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also wanted to echo what Senator Cohen was saying, which was, thank you for your very hard work on this bill. And especially thank you for being so open to additional concepts being added to this bill, even in the midst of the process, and which really helped me be responsive to my constituents. And I really appreciate the process involved in this bill. And to those folks who did approach me with concerns about mold and yeast remediation, I want you to take a look at the sections of this bill which do have initial language to address that. We're not quite sure, where we're going with respect to, are the specifics of how we're going to disclose mold levels going to be statutory or regulatory. But that's an ongoing conversation as we really tease it out and really drill down into where this is, where this should properly be. But that's an issue that's very much on the mind of this committee. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to address that issue and the concerns of my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Look forward to you continuing to work with the advocates on that. And as you mentioned, this bill does embed certain requirements and disclosures with respect to mold and yeast, and making sure that obviously whatever product we sell is healthy and safe for people. So thank you for your leadership on that.
Thank you again.
Other questions or comments? MJ, anyone online?
No more questions online, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. I'll call for a vote on, I'm sorry.
I
I'm
don't know.
sorry.
You just want to talk? I didn't know if there was any value in a consent calendar today, or if you thought, because there's only so few items on the agenda, but.
Now let's run down. There's so
Okay.
few. I think we're good. All right. Why don't we call for a roll on this bill, and we'll leave votes open until 5 p.m. today.
Roll call vote on House Bill 5150, an act concerning cannabis and hemp regulation, proposed action JFS to the floor, LCO 2922. Senator Maroney, Representative D'Agostino,
Yes.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
Yes.
Representative Retigliano, Representative Ackert,
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Anaskevich,
Yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Yes.
Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Fazzino,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Senator Kissel,
Yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Osborne,
Osborne votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Rochelle, Representative Santos,
Representative Santos votes yes.
Representative Scott, Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, votes are held open until 5.
Great. Thank you, MJ. Jumping around a little bit, can we have a motion for SB number 199, an act concerning online prevention education for electronic nicotine delivery system dealer registration, JFS to the floor via LCO number 2931, please. Senator Kissel and seconded by Senator Ciccarella. Thank you. Discussion. I want to thank Senator Kissel for bringing this forward and having the high school advocates come forward and testify to it. Everybody really liked the bill and requiring the training for these dealers. Senator.
Yeah, very much. I'd like to thank both the ranking members and the chairs, especially Senator Maroney, who texted me even first thing on a Saturday morning regarding this, trying to get it out of committee. I went to a youth council meeting in Enfield, the largest community in my district, and these young people who are part of Enfield High School said, "Hey, we're really worried about vaping. We see it all the time in the school bathrooms, and unfortunately, these kids are getting it from stores throughout the town." They've actually worked with Chief Fox up in Enfield on like quasi stings where they're underage to see if they would get sold to them, and it would on occasion. So what they wanted, they said, we have an idea for a bill. And I said, hey, I sit on general law. This is right before we started session. I said, I'll talk to the chairs. I'll talk to my ranking members. Maybe we can do something with this. And their idea, I thought, was really a good one. And here it is in 199. And essentially, if a store sells to minors, which is against the law already, and I was surprised to learn that DCP already has an online course that folks are supposed to take to teach them not to do this, that if they're found in violation of our law, they would then now be required to take this course. And so they sort of connected all the dots. And they were here on a day where we went pretty late till about 6 o'clock and started about 1:30. And they didn't, I think we actually went till 7 and they didn't even come up to speak till about 6 o'clock. So they were patient. They were in teams, 2 teams of 2. They did a fabulous job in speaking on the bill. And so, and I want to especially thank Chairman Maroney for getting the fiscal note out, because that gives it the kiss of life as opposed to the fiscal note, which sometimes is the kiss of death around here, unless it's within available funds. So I think it's a common sense, down to earth bill. Thank everyone for working on it. I want to thank the Enfield Youth Council and all the young ladies that testified that day. And I think it'll go a distance towards educating retailers. Don't sell to minors, because it'll start them down a long road with a bad habit that's very deleterious to their health. So thank you very much, Chairman Maroney and Chairman D'Agostino.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Acker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had a meeting 2 weeks ago talking about AI with students, and we talked about the policy that we're going to have with AI moving forward, and how that using the cell phone is essentially an addiction now because of reels and all the things that you can look at. And we started spinning it around and talking about the products that we remember getting addicted to, cigarettes or things like that. And we brought it around. So we started asking the students about the vaping question. And we seniors, the high school students said, yeah, that's a problem. But then when we got to the middle school students and asked them, and they said, oh yeah, our friends vape. And I'm like, you're 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. How are you getting the products? And so that's the concern that brought up that, the concern that when I saw this legislation. So thank you for raising that, and let's see what we can do. But there's also got to be, some enforcement in the schools, and, parents got to play a part too. But I thank again for moving this legislation forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions, comments? Anyone online? Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge, your hard work and the young students that have a very bright future ahead of themselves, bringing this to our attention. In public safety, we had a public hearing and there was multiple individuals testifying about tobacco licenses and how easy it is for these young individuals to get these vape products. So I think this might help. I think it's a great piece of legislation and I encourage everyone to support it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions or comments? Okay, MJ, could you call a roll, please?
Roll call vote. Just a reminder to people online, please show put your camera on if you're gonna be voting online. Senate Bill number 199, an act requiring online prevention education for electronic nicotine delivery system dealer registration. Proposed action, JFS to floor, LCO 2931. Senator Maroney, Rep. D'Agostino,
Yes.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Ratigliano, Representative Acker,
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Aniskovic,
Yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Yes.
Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Fazzino, Representative Gibson, Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Osborne,
Osborne votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Rochelle, Representative Santos, Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Great. Thank you, MJ. And again, votes will be open until 5. Moving on, could I have a motion for SB number 201, an act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding price disclosure service agreements, the New Home Construction Guarantee Fund, and the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act? Our proposed action is JFS to the floor via 2933, please. Senator Kissel, Representative Candelaria, seconded. Discussion. Representative Ackert, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, there's a number of bills floating around that deal with the Guaranteed General Fund, and each of them a little bit different. This was probably one that's a little bit more, I don't want to say stringent, but I guess some of the people in the trades are a little concerned more about this one. So would there be a discussion, I think, moving forward that, there's a common theme, or maybe we place the, P&D's got a bill on the general fund. I think I can't think of the other committee right now that has one. We have one. Maybe there's a conversation that we can have that kind of like melds them all together into one piece, or do you want to, what are your thoughts on that with this piece?
Yeah, that's a great point. DCP has a parallel change in its proposal, I think. I was unaware that PND had it as well. I do hate to leave it to LCO to marry different bills that cover the same statutory section at the end of the year. It's always a challenge and you might have conflicting provisions. So I think that's an important point. At the very least, I think what we will do and should do is make sure that, assuming this bill advances, I believe the DCP bill is a House bill. So I'll commit to work to you before the DCP part gets on the floor. As I said, I think in a prior meeting, all the DCP regulatory bills, we were planning on merging into an omnibus bill anyway. So that'll be an opportunity for us to take that section and make sure it's either consistent with what the AG is proposing, or to the extent it's duplicative and that piece is moving forward, maybe we can strip it out of that piece. But we'll have to talk with DCP, with the AG's office. I want to make sure that some version of reform of the guarantee fund provisions move forward. And sometimes you do need dual pass, as we all know in the legislature. But at the end of the day, we shouldn't have three different bills covering the same statutory section and literally the same language. So when we redo the DCP piece, that'll be an opportunity for us to make sure we're consistent with whatever is in here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that note, I will support this with the caveat of, that we work together on it and that we all can, what needs to be done. This is an unfortunate situation that took place, untraditional in the level that it was that the AG's been dealing with. And so I'll support it now and continue to work on this. And I greatly appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions or comments from committee members? No one online, MJ? All right, let's call a roll, please.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 201, an act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding price disclosure, service agreement, the new home construction guarantee fund, and the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act. Proposed action JFS to floor, LCO 2933. Senator Maroney. Rep. D'Agostino.
Yes.
Senator Fanfara. Representative Brown.
Representative Brown votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Retigliano. Representative Acker.
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Anaskevich.
Yes.
Representative Candelaria.
Yes.
Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Fazzino. Representative Gibson. Senator Kissel. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Osborne.
Osborne votes yes.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Rochelle. Representative Santos. Representative Scott. Representative Yacarino.
Rep. Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg.
Yes.
Votes are being held open until 5 p.m.
Yep. Okay. All right, great. We're moving along. Could I have a motion for the first item on the agenda, SB number 2, an act concerning artificial intelligence, proposed actions, JFS to the floor via LCO number 2900. I will move that, MJ, myself. Is there a second? All right. Thank you, Senator. And discussion. Welcome, Senator, who was just at an AI conference. So you're a busy man these days, in demand. Yeah, do you want to say anything on it? Or? Go ahead, Representative.
I'll just be brief because it is a big bill. We've all been paying attention. I'm going to support it out of committee today, but I recognize for everyone that it's still a bit of work in progress and it may have other places to go. And I know there's similar bills in other committees, but in saying that, there are parts of the bill that I thought were super important and that we're going to support today. But I just wanted to take a moment to recognize that some have some concerns and that it may lead to further discussions down the line. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Retigliano. And as you know, I'm always open to continuing to work on the bill. So thank you, Senator Ciccarella or Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Maroney, and you have my deepest sympathies on the loss of your dad. Just wanted to let you know that. Not to bring everybody to somberness, but I know that this is like your passion and you worked extremely hard on this. I know that when Senator Looney and Senator Duff came and testified in favor of this bill and Senate Bill 3, one of the concerns that folks had expressed to me about this bill was how attorneys would figure into trial lawyers in particular into this. And I know that in response to some of the statements I had made or questions, Senator Looney said that he actually supported having lawyers, trial lawyers incorporated into the permutations of this bill. So I guess in a nub, what I'm asking is, without going into lots of little, like, how does this affect discrimination laws? And how does this affect federal rights? And how does this affect unfair trade practices? How does this affect the trial bar from being able to bring suits if there's been adverse consequences due to either development or deployment of artificial intelligence?
Thank you for that question. And as you know, a lot of changes were made in the bill, mainly in response to the testimony that had been brought before us. So one of the things that was pointed out was that in the previous version of the bill, it said no private right of action for sections, I think it was 1 through 6 at that time, or any other law. That was not intended. We cleared that out so that we're not taking away any existing rights. That if someone is discriminated against and they could sue, they would be able to sue. We also changed the enforcement to add in DCP as well as CHRO as part of the enforcement. We were going to write in specifically into the non-consensual intimate images, so the deep fake porn and the deep fakes for elections, for a private right of action, although after consultation, that's not needed to do so. You know, there is it per se? I'm not aware. You would already have a private right of action in those issues. So it's only in the very specific technical pieces that we thought it made sense for the Attorney General and CHRO to enforce them, but it does not negatively impact any existing rights.
I appreciate that. I don't know if in the meantime, John Goodman has appeared to you on any reels as far as deep fake goes. But I guess as someone who is a self-styled champion of the rights of private litigation in our courts to solve people's issues, and I have the utmost confidence in our private lawyers here in the state of Connecticut, I'm going to look at this even further as it goes down the road and may have to visit the Judiciary Committee at some point in time. I don't know. While I appreciate both you and Chairman D'Agostino saying that other portion was willingly taken out because it just inadvertently overreached, I want to listen intently to advocates on behalf of private litigants to make sure that their rights aren't unnecessarily impinged. As much as you know that I love our Attorney General, having served with him on the Judiciary Committee as a tri-chair back in 2018, 2019. And I think he does an outstanding job. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter on that particular level. CHRO, that may cause some of my members to have more concerns than not, but I appreciate that being added in as well. But I'm going to look at this aspect of the bill with an eye towards making sure that folks that are aggrieved through the ever ceaseless march of technology, now through the algorithms and AI, that if they are damaged along that roadway, that they have an ability to seek redress quickly and efficiently. So thank you for your hard work and efforts on this. And again, you were in our thoughts and prayers for the last several days. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Act, did any further questions? Okay, Senator Ciccarello.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments, and I have just a few brief questions. Just like any new technology or any new implementation of new laws, just like we were seeing with the cannabis bill that we just spoke on, we're going to learn as things go on and as time goes on. And we're at that point now where we're starting to really understand what this does, how it works, and it changes every day just as fast as we think we have our hands around it. It changes. And that's why some of this is required and necessary, so we could protect individuals from using it and inform them when it's being used. So there's an understanding. But there's also other great parts of this bill that are encouraging some of our state agencies to utilize this technology that we see is effective of making things more efficient. And I think that it's a great idea that, again, everybody's using this, whether it's for good or bad, and we want to make sure the bad actors are addressed, but it's used for good, and the state can do that as well. And there are parts in this bill that talk about that. Some of the concerns or things that just popped up were just the cost of implementation to the state agencies. And if you could just touch on that, how we'd be able to address that and how it would be funded.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So when we're going out to the agencies, and I think you're referring to the end of the bill where we ask each of the agencies to work with their employees, with academia, with civil society, come up with suggestions for how to implement AI and come up with pilot projects. That will be done within available appropriations. So last year we passed a bill to regulate the state government use of AI to create the policies and procedures. As part of that, they did create a committee, for an oversight committee. So the plan is to work within that structure and to solicit feedback. And just as, you know, with the legislation, it does better by incorporating multiple voices and diverse voices. I think the same will come from how we utilize AI within the state government by making sure we're hearing from those boots on the ground of where they think we can put it in to help make us more efficient, and more importantly, to help us better serve our constituents, to help democratize access to information, make it easier for constituents to find the services that they're looking for. So that piece, I don't anticipate being a large fiscal note or any fiscal note, since we're going to do that within our existing infrastructure.
Excellent. Thank you for answering that question. And then speaking of money, hopefully in section 20, where it talks about the state agencies using AI to become a little bit more efficient, saving time, hopefully saving money. Is there any other ways that this could generate some revenue for our state, possibly offset some of the costs that we might see?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we also look at promoting businesses within the state. So creating, well, in several ways. One, workforce, creating a Connecticut AI Academy that would be an online academy with free classes that anyone could take, first starting with AI for efficiency, so that we could all use that to figure out how we can use it within our daily lives for tasks, and then moving on to more complicated tasks like maybe AI for small business, AI for marketing, and other free issues so that we can implement within and help our businesses become more efficient. Also looking at creating certificate programs for prompt engineering, for AI for small business, AI for marketing. Again, reaching people in different ways, right? Some people may not go online. They may rather go into one of our community colleges. Norwalk Community College already launched the first certificate in generative AI. So we're hoping to have more certificate programs launched. So by helping make our businesses more efficient, again, that can help increase their profitability, which potentially could lead to tax revenue. We're also looking at incentivizing AI for good and creating grants for businesses or researchers to use AI to help reduce health inequities. And then from there, looking at grants for implementing some of these discoveries. And so, and those, it could be discoveries or it could be technology for training. We have a company that has been active that uses VR for training, right? They use VR for welding training for the technical high schools, which is great, right? You don't want to, I guess, give a high school kid a blowtorch until they actually know how to use it, right? And they're also using for training nurses and CNAs and other ways for firefighters, for EMTs. And so creating grants to help those businesses get use cases that could then, validate their technology, give them some great referral testimonials so they can help grow their businesses beyond Connecticut. So that's another way, as well as looking at asking DSS to apply for a waiver to provide reimbursements for remote patient monitoring. And so a lot of the algorithms, right, the smartwatches and things can help monitor your health at home. It's not reimbursable yet by Medicaid. And so for a lot of businesses to be sustainable, they need a pathway to reimbursement, a pathway to profitability, right? And so trying to create that pathway for the health tech businesses. So those are a few ways that we're looking at incentivizing, as well as asking Department of Economic and Community Development to run an AI symposium. The event I was just at, I think that Launch Hartford already runs an AI day that has grown each year. They did in 2022, 2023, and this year they're expecting over 300 attendees at this event. So I think the more we can do to get out and promote AI and bring people together and help people realize it's not scary, it'll help us overall. But we need to start by putting in those broad guardrails, right? Maslow's hierarchy. The first thing everyone wants to feel is safe. And I think we need to feel safe in using this and have those broad guardrails with the accountability and transparency to know when a decision is being made about you by AI or when you're interacting with something that's powered by AI.
Thank you for answering that question. I'm excited to see what this does do in the medical field as well, allowing systems to communicate with each other and provide maybe more accurate treatment for patients, as we heard in some of our public testimony. So I think it's a good piece of legislation. Just one other thing that did come up, we make sure that, businesses aren't discriminating. Is there a reason why there was such specific language to discriminating and multiple sections on that when it comes to the AI?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And so there's a great book by Virginia Eubanks called Automating Inequality. And again, a lot of times when we think of AI, we're thinking of ChatGPT or the generative AI that's really come on and become more popular. But AI has been around since 1956, the term was coined, right? The first novel was published using generative AI in 1993. And we use it in lots of ways to make decisions about people. And we've seen that sometimes those decisions have disparate impacts, right? There was an algorithm that was used to determine your interest rate when you were applying for a loan. And if everything else was the same, they found that if you graduated from a historically Black college or university, you had to pay a higher interest rate, right? And so for whatever reason, the algorithm, the machine learning studies everything that's out there, right? And the neural networks that then creates connections. But since we have some biases in our world, it's kind of picking up on those biases without us necessarily knowing it or realizing it. So we just need to make sure we're testing. And it's not just, it could racially discriminate. There are a lot of hiring algorithms. One was found that for programming jobs, if you were a woman, it wouldn't rate you high. And it would look at different ways of figuring out if you were a man or a woman by reading through your resume, right? And again, why was that? Because there are more men in technology already. So if you just studied that, you're just kind of amplifying and perpetuating that bias. And so the other thing is hiring algorithms often discriminate by age. And so the discrimination really could impact all of us, right? And we just don't necessarily know. The explainability is very hard in the AI because, again, it's ingesting trillions of bits of data and then creating these connections, right? And then it's predicting what will happen based on that. And so explaining exactly how it got there is going to be hard to do, but we just want to make sure, again, we're not saying not to use it, not to do it. We're just saying test it first, make sure it's safe, right? That there's no disparate impact. And that's one of the things that we have seen has already happened. So a lot of times we're working on theoreticals here. These were known cases, right? And another example in healthcare, we talked about healthcare. There was an algorithm at a hospital system that decided whether or not you went on were sent to a specialist. They used your prior medical spending. And so if you were poor and you didn't have insurance, you wait until the last minute to go in to see the doctor, but then it would think you weren't as sick because you hadn't spent as much. And so you didn't get the specialist care you needed. In one of our task force meetings, there was a woman who spoke about her father had just had a stroke. And he was at Johns Hopkins, and they were using an algorithm. They were testing it to help diagnose. And the algorithm said the cause of this stroke was stenosis. And the doctor said, no, it's not. And the reason was her father was an African-American male. The algorithm was trained to the majority, right? And again, that's a lot of times what happens. So we just want to make sure we're testing things on representative data sets, that they're safe and fair, and that we continue testing because things will learn and they will change.
Excellent. Thank you for answering those questions. And essentially, yeah, that was a very high level explanation and very informative. You did so much work and research on this. Clearly it shows. I want to thank you for that. And I guess in a simpler way to say what you said so eloquently and technical, AI is being used right now for kids to write their, book reports and do some of their homework. And now there's checks and balances that the teacher could now use AI to make sure if it was in fact made with AI or if it was done, by the student. So I understand that there's a need for those checks and balances. And again, I appreciate all of your hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Senator. Just a quick question. With respect to state agencies, are there firewalls in place as we use AI that I worry about? We will then expose those agencies' records to the open world, augmented reality, virtual reality, Halo systems. all that stuff's coming into play?
It's an excellent question. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's one of the things I hadn't thought through as much before. You read all the other states' policies and procedures, but when you use, if you just go to ChatGPT and you use that, you put the data and then it becomes public, right? Once it sees the data, it can't unsee it, but there are ways of using models that will keep the data safe. And our policies and procedures that we passed last year require those impact assessments. So we first require them of ourselves before we're requiring them of private industry. But they also are looking at that data privacy as well. And thank you very much for that question. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Senator Maroney. And you know, my first opportunity to learn about AI, and I didn't even know it was AI at the time, was with a major elevator company in our state. When elevators knew when to be at the right level, and this is back in the early 90s, in mid 90s, and had a tour there. And so, but it made me think of it as we stand out here in the lobby trying to get into our elevators, that maybe they need more AI in these existing elevators here. But thank you as always for your work on this and the committee's work. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my deepest condolences to you and your family. But, you know, I'm going to support this, but I do have some concerns. And I think AI, we know AI has been around a long time, but it's such a fast moving industry currently in the last couple of years, faster than we could even imagine. And whatever we do here today, I think we'll be back like the cannabis bill to make changes. And it's as fast as it's evolving, we have to be cognizant of that. And I think the bill is good overall, but I do have some concerns, and I think we're going to have to really look at next year and the year after, and eventually maybe mirror federal law, because you have companies throughout the whole country and the world, and just have one silo. I don't think it's going to work. And so we're going to have to do, I think, more as far as monitoring it and looking at what we're doing, because we have one law here, but a different law in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. It's the national and world industry. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, let me answer in a few ways. One, I'm cognizant of that. We have been working in a multi-state way. The bill we run will run in Colorado as well. It's very similar. I'm talking with the legislator in California, and we're doing our best to try to align where we can. And over the past year, we've had legislators from more than 30 states, over 100 legislators working together to try to come up with some model legislation. So versions of this bill had run in Vermont and Virginia. They're likely not going to pass there. Their sessions are ending. But part of the reason we see such an urgency is that we don't necessarily have faith on the federal government to act. The last major tech or internet legislation that was passed was 1996. MJ, when were you born?
I don't know if I should answer that.
Which is before MJ was born. I went to high school with his parents, so. And so again, we don't necessarily have faith on the federal government to act. It is something we're going to have to go back to every year. We've seen that with any major piece of legislation, just like we're coming back to the cannabis legislation, but also using the cannabis legislation as an example with what we're doing with the hemp now, right? The businesses had been operating for a while, and now we need to change the regulations. It's much better for businesses in the long run to have predictability and to know where we're going. It'll help them, right? And then if we were going to say that we're not going to pass laws because things are changing, we would pass no laws at all. And, you know, in 500 BC, you know, ancient philosophers, they had something was called panta rei. Life is a state of flux, right? For thousands of years, we've recognized that life is always changing. And so we have to stay on top of this. But I think it's also important that we start now to lay out a pathway. And we're doing, again, it's transparency and accountability. You have to tell us when you're using it and then just test it. My grandparents made toggle switches. We tested those before they were sent to their customers. You know, I think, and if you look at how fast that AI can go to scale, it took ChatGPT 3 months to get to 100 million users. I think it took Threads like 6 weeks or less to get to 100 million users. So you can very quickly have something if there's being implemented across hundreds of millions of people, right? And so we need to make sure it's safe when we do that.
No, I agree. I didn't say I'm not support. I said I'm supporting it. I'm just saying it's so fast, so evolving. We will have to come back, and you just said that. That's all. As far as federal government, I agree. It's a broken system, but the fact is, at the end of the day, we're going to have a more cohesive down the road policy because there's companies that work here. Electric Boat's a perfect example. They are Pratt Whitney, I mean not Pratt Whitney, Pratt Whitney or Sikorsky. They're all over the world. So that's all I'm saying. I'm supporting it. We have to be mindful that we will be back to do more. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Anyone online?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Roll call vote for Senate Bill number 2, an act concerning artificial intelligence, proposed action JFS to the floor, LCO 2900. Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino,
Yes.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Ratigliano, Representative Ackert,
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Aniskovich,
Yes.
Representative Candelaria.
Yes.
Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Fazzino, Representative Gibson, Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Osborne,
Osborne votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Votes in the affirmative.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Rochelle, Representative Santos, Representative Scott, Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, votes are open until 5 p.m.
Great. Thank you, MJ. Okay, moving along. Last one of the morning. Can I have a motion for SB number 3, an act concerning consumer protection, proposed action JFS to the floor via LCO number 2762, please. Thank you, Representative Candelaria, seconded by Senator Maroney. Discussion. Representative Ratigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as much collaboration as this committee represents and the work we do together, this bill sort of is outside of that realm. It's for the first time in a long time that we've had a bill before us that I really don't feel that we have had the opportunity to fully vet. I'm not saying that's the fault of the chairs. I'm just saying that's the bill as written. We heard there's many areas of the bill that we have questions on, but the most important part is that we heard hours of testimony and many people that came up, fire departments, first responders, about the use of drones. Nobody wants us to use Chinese-made drones to go over sensitive areas of our national intelligence. But most of our first responders, police, firefighters, are using these drones that they've already purchased to do search and rescue and to help the public and keep people safe. There was a report over the weekend, I believe it was in North Haven or North Branford, where a young man got lost and they used drones to find this young person. So we think there's a lot of value in that. We think that maybe that discussion should be put off or shouldn't be part of the bill. There's many parts of this bill that I have questions on, but I'm focusing right now just solely on the first responder piece. So with that, I have an amendment that I'd like to call, and I'll call it early just so everybody could be here to vote for it. And but yeah, you're quite welcome. Basically, what the amendment does is it takes on line 722, following the word subdivision, it adds excluding any law enforcement unit as defined in section 7-294A of the general statute, or firefighter as designed in section 3-313 of the general statutes. The amendment would also authorize the LCO to make technical and conforming changes. So I'd like to propose this amendment, Mr. Chairman. This amendment basically says that we are taking the people who already own the drones, who already are using the drones, in our communities, our firefighters, our police, our first responders, and removing them from this bill so they could keep operating the way that they do currently. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move adoption.
So,
You can get me the correct line.
all right, motion to amend line 272
What did I
to,
Oh, sorry.
motion on line 272 as,
There's a lot of line.
as proposed by Representative Tigliano, seconded by Senator Chicarella, I think. I'm sorry, by Senator Kissel. Discussion on the amendment. Senator, you have to.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate the amendment. You do have my commitment to work with you when it gets out of committee. I think that one of the issues is from the data privacy, we've learned with overall exemptions haven't worked as well. But what I would say is more importantly, I spoke with a constituent who owns a drone company, and he doesn't manufacture, he sells the DJI drone, he sells the Parrot drone, he consults with fire departments and police departments. And I asked him, I was expecting him to tell me not to do this, right? Not to ban that, but he agreed with it and said, and he shared with me the agreement, which says right on there that all of the data goes back to the company and is owned then by the company for them to do what they want with it. I do think 1 year is probably too fast. I think we heard in the testimony, it's a 3 to 5 year useful life for a drone. So I think that going forward, we may want to look at moving that timeline out, and we'll probably have to find a way to make the other drones more affordable for the departments. So I will, I respectfully, I guess, oppose your amendment, but I do commit to working with you if the bill gets out of committee.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we heard through numerous witnesses the testimony that there isn't even enough manufacturing capacity currently to replace all the drones that this bill is asking for. And quite frankly, their capacity may not be going up in 2 or 3 years. So we are really putting our first responders and our firefighters and everybody else in a hard position, with the deadline, which I appreciate, but even the fact that they have these drones, they know how to use the drones, and the drones are working currently. So I failed to mention that I would like this vote be taken by roll when the vote is taken, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Chicarella, Kissel, and then Representative Pizzuto. Sorry.
Thank you. And I also echo the same concerns and support this amendment. As we heard many of the law enforcement and first responders say, the uses of these drones are so vital. As the representative said in North Branford, they used a drone just recently, help locate someone. To do that, it's not just the drone. There's attachments to all of these drones, whether it's going to be a certain type of thermal imaging to make sure there's not someone in a wooded area. There's different technology that will literally read what's under the water if somebody was drowning, and that all costs money. And with our first responders, both police and fire, their budgets are already low. They have to train people how to use these pieces of equipment, and they have to get certified in them. So it's not only just the equipment cost, it's the accessories that go along with the equipment, and it's the training and the learning curve that's going to have to take place. And that could be a really long time. As you said, 1 year probably doesn't make sense. But I think that, when we talk about sensitive areas, maybe bridges or certain type of energy plants, and that may get into the wrong hands, our first responders are looking at wooded areas. They're looking through burning buildings. Some tactical teams will use this to determine what area the offender is with a weapon. And there's technology that could determine if there is a weapon in their hand. So, I think when it comes to our first responders and law enforcement, the threat to, our national security or any type of threat of, foreign government using it to hurt us, isn't as relevant as other entities that may be using these. And we could maybe talk about those other professions that use them, again, bridges or environmental agencies, that are looking at different types of power plants, et cetera, that may make sense. I mean, they could go on Google Maps and see a lot of the things that they're going to be seeing from the images, whether it's the first responder finding a, lost child, or it's, an 18-year-old kid trying to take pictures of the forest. I mean, they're still going to get those images regardless. And I think what we're going to do is put more people in danger, not only the departments at a loss for the tools that they could use and increase the cost of their, budget each year. But more importantly, it's the people that they're helping save every day. So I think we should really consider supporting this amendment. And I thank the representative for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Maroney, and I want to compliment you on your, in the last bill referencing, I believe it was ancient Athens at 500 BC. That was good. Although I'm going to ask you to teach
It's
me.
no
what-
John Goodman, but I'm working on it.
Although I don't know what Matlock's hierarchy is, so I have to learn about that. I actually was contemplating putting forward my own amendment, creating a task force regarding this. Happy to support Member Retigliano's amendment. It's not just public safety though, right? So this is limited to that, but drones right now utilized by utilities, for example, a microburst out in an area that's not accessible by motor vehicles. You want to get the power up and going to people as fast as possible, and you need something deployed out there to see what the extent of the damage and what it's going to take to get those, if not distribution lines back up, but the transmission, those huge giant lines that you see going through very, very high up the transmission lines. So and I'm thinking about universities, maybe our own flagship University of Connecticut might be utilizing drones for different research. But in your response, where you stated that in your dealer, he said that there's this provision in the contracts that says all this information belongs to the manufacturer, which I believe in some instances is the Chinese government or Chinese military. That's an area that I have concern about. So I don't know whether in these discussions, I would say keep in the back of your mind, maybe we want to make those clauses void as against public policy. I know that a lot of folks in my caucus have real concerns when government steps in to void private contracts, but this strikes me as a provision that would really have negative repercussions. I don't know what the Chinese or any other government, North Korea, Iran, Russia, could use this information for. If we said, oh, this particular country, China, corporations use funnel entities all the time. So what if this information was then channeled through an innocuous company, Belgium or something, and then funneled over to China? So I think it's a complicated question. I thought it was odd that Senator Duff was here testifying about something that was done in Florida and signed on by Governor DeSantis. It's like, where did I go for the last year that Bob Duff wants to follow Governor DeSantis? But that's okay. But I don't want to minimize the fact that, yeah, this is going to have a huge deleterious consequence on our folks out there, emergency responders. Hey, if I lost one of my children out in the woods in the middle of freezing night, I'd want somebody out there to find that heat detecting that body as soon as humanly possible. These are matters where, and to Representative Ackert asked a lot of questions like, does every department need these? But a lot of it is just how fast can you deploy these resources to solve the situation and create public safety. So I think that we're not just limited to those folks, but I think that the contractual relationship does cause me to pause. And when the cost comparisons are done, you can't just use the drone. You have to use the payload, and you have to use how advanced the payloads are. It said that even with the American drones, even if you had the payload, it's not as sophisticated as some of the things that they need to deploy infrared sensing, heat sensing, the ability of the cameras to drill down deep. And it just, when you then compare apples to apples, the cost differential is really huge for these municipalities. So I'm going to support this amendment, any other amendments on the drones. It does cause me pause regarding this, but I appreciate the fact that you, Senator Maroney, are going to have ongoing discussions with Rep. Retigliano and other interested parties to try to solve this issue. Thank you.
Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Senator. I hope I'm not being redundant, but and the colleagues I talked to on policemen and women in Waterbury, they talk about how our drones can be anywhere in the city in 4 minutes. They use ambient light, infrared technology, all that. They can tell you what seat you sat in 10 minutes after you left from an empty church. But my question is, and my concern is that if there's any downtime at all, these men and women will be put, or the citizens will be put at a disadvantage if they can't get, because of the supply chain, parts for their drones or new drones, yet private citizens will have many of these Chinese drones. So maybe a transition period, a long transition, where they know they're guaranteed that they can have the same quality and quantity of drones long before they need them.
No, thank you, and agreed. They are valuable tools for public safety. I know in Milford, it was a few years ago when there was a distraught man in the woods with a gun, and instead of having to send an officer, they were able to, locate him with the drone and see what the situation was. We don't want to put people at risk, and our public safety, they put themselves at risk. We don't want them to be at more risk than they need to be. I appreciate that, your thoughtfulness, right, in that we do need to build some flexibility in. Right now, there is an appeal through OPM. Maybe one of the reasons for granting the waiver should be related to supply chain. But I do commit to working with you on that after the bill gets out of committee. So thank you. Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question to the proponent of the amendment through you. So
Representative
Representative
Bertigliano.
Bertigliano, so the amendment keeps in existence the existing drones that are in our local PD and fire department. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that has nothing to do with our U.S. military or top secret, that's the EB, or that's a separate entity. Is that
No,
correct?
and I appreciate that question, Representative. If in a perfect world, we wouldn't use a Chinese-made product
Right.
for anything, let's be honest. But we are where we are. All these departments already own and operate these drones, and they're using it for the specific purpose of public safety. All we're saying in this amendment is we're allowing those departments to keep doing what they're doing, and then hopefully American technology will catch up. And when the drones' lives are exhausted, when they repurchase, there'll be other options for them to use.
Agreed. I agree with that because right now they're existing. They've been using these for 2 or 3 years. Drones only last a certain amount of years anyway. So they've been using them. So whatever information is out, it's out. So that genie's out of the bottle. So I think it makes a lot of sense because our municipalities will have to go buy new drones. We have a time lapse. Could be something will happen in North Branford. Somebody could lose a life. Our phones have so much information we use every single day. So I as much as I'd love to have everything American made, right now for the municipalities, I think it makes a lot of sense for safety, monetarily, and it's not affecting our sub base. It's not affecting our bases. This is for municipal use for saving lives. So I do support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe online, Senator Cohen, and then
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was pleased to hear the chair say that this is a work in progress like others. I do have some concerns around Section 4. I certainly don't, I want to heed the valuable warnings of national security agencies, and these foreign-made drones could really have some significant implications. That said, I want to be sure that we are working with our public safety personnel, fire and police, to not hinder public safety in Connecticut. I've spoken, I represent North Branford. I know we're talking about a situation that just happened there. I share that town with Senator Ciccarella, and I've spoken with that police chief as well as other fire chiefs in the district. I represent 8 towns, and I believe we have a collective total of 7 drones in the 12th Senate district. And I know and understand the concerns around a breach of systems like 911 and infrastructure. We really need to get this right to satisfy the immediate public safety needs of our state while balancing national and state security concerns. And I know we're on the amendment here, which I will respectfully vote no to today, with the understanding that we really need to figure this out further, either a better phase-in or a funding mechanism to help our first responders as they transition. The bill as written right now has a 1-year phase-in. A lot of towns are already voting for their budgets for next year. So, we've heard some manufacturing concerns. But in speaking with fire and police chiefs, they agree. They don't want to be using these foreign-made drones. They really want to use a U.S.-made product or another product without these same security concerns. But we need to get it right. And so, again, appreciate the chair's comments that he is willing to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure that we get this right. This isn't really a partisan issue. I think, we're hearing overwhelmingly that we all have concerns. We share these national and state security concerns, but we have immediate public safety needs that need to be addressed as well. So again, just trying to find that balance. We'll say vote no on the amendment, likely vote yes to move the bill forward today with the understanding that we're going to be working with our public safety personnel across the state of Connecticut to really get this right.
Thank you. And you have my commitment to continue working with you, Senator Cohen. So Representative Osborne, then Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, I think that, and by the way, thank you for your work on this and your willingness and openness to keep working on this particular section. I know that this is the section that most of us heard from our local people about. And I certainly reached out to them individually myself. And I'm very mindful of municipal budgets right now. And I'm mindful of all the hard work that's being done on the local level to balance their budgets and to meet their economic needs. But I'm also particularly aware that the Chinese government has dumped a lot of money and investment into these drones. That's why the Chinese drones are much less expensive than the American ones. That's why the Chinese drone program is so much further advanced than ours. And to me, I think it's rather obvious that if this information that these drones are gathering weren't in some way, shape, or form beneficial to the Chinese government, they would not make sure that there was an ability for that data to be returned directly to them, and they would not make sure that there are contractual obligations that also ensure that. So although I may not be sitting here today able to understand why a drone photo of the Ethel Walker Woods in Simsbury might be beneficial to the Chinese government, but they've obviously figured out that it is beneficial to them. So I don't particularly want them to have it. And I understand the need for a phase in here. I understand there will be an economic burden. I think that it is incumbent upon bodies like ours to send that message up the food chain that this is a high priority for investment for our public safety officers and our residents, but also for our national security. We may not have invested as heavily as the Chinese government has, and I think we now understand that we need to. So I understand, the concerns raised by this amendment. And of course, I share those budgetary concerns. I think they can easily be addressed through the phase-in that we're discussing here today. And shame on us for not having focused on the national security implications of our failure to invest in this area before. And I certainly hope that we do so going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I've been thinking about this an awful lot. My job when I was in the military many years ago, I was assigned to the Army Security Agency as a translator interpreter in Chinese Mandarin. And I have always, since leaving the military, have been concerned about the aspects of the Chinese government and how they tend to come into our country. I would love to see us never purchase anything else made in China. I think that that's important for us to do. I also think that we need to be careful relative to both local public security and statewide public security and national public security. I think it's extremely important for us to do so. I think that in many ways, we have sat silent for a very long time on what the Chinese government has brought into our country, whether it's drones or it's a widget. Quite frankly, we should not be purchasing anything from the Chinese government. I think a lot of times they don't pour a lot of money into things. I think that they pay poverty wages to their workers, their laborers, who are required to work for a country that is not a democracy, is not a country that believes in taking care of its people. I am worried about this for a number of reasons, but I do think that I can take heart in the leadership of this committee saying that they will work towards fixing some of the problems that are in this, both in the amendment that is in front of us and in the underlying bill. I won't support the amendment today, but I'm not necessarily certain I'm going to support this bill in the future. I'll get it out of committee. We have to address the fact that our fire departments and our police departments have bought technology that we encouraged them to buy, that we as a state encouraged them to buy for public safety reasons. And we did that saying, you are doing the right thing, looking at your areas, making sure that you can find that lost child, that senior who suffers from dementia, those things that we all encourage, tacitly encourage our police departments and fire departments to purchase. And we can't just tell them tomorrow, too bad, you can't use them anymore. That is simply ineffective. And if the state really wants to do this, and as chair of appropriations, then we have to replace those with American made. You can't just tell them that they have to take that and that we don't care that they're not going to be able to replace them. So if we're not willing to do that, and I'm not saying we are willing to do that, but that is the only way that we should pass this bill, telling them they can't use the equipment that they have purchased because we tacitly approved it. We said it was okay. We didn't tell them 2 years ago, don't do this. So I'm not willing to create a stir today. And I will support the bill coming out of committee. But we need to fix this problem. And we also need to understand that we should be letting all of our municipalities know on every level, whether it's a widget, a broom, or the United States flag, that what we should buy is American made. Because that's where our trust should be. No place else. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Austin. Are there Representative Yacarino
For the second
for the
time.
second time?
Yes, well, I'd like to have some clarity. So what will happen to our fire and police if this amendment doesn't pass with their existing drones that we all care about? And it's not a national security issue as much as because the United States military, which I was in, you cannot have a fly zone over any bases. So there's no drones going over bases. If they are, they're removed. I do agree with the senator. We should have everything made in America. Unfortunately, everything we have on us now probably is made in a foreign country, probably Southeast Asia or China. So I agree. And I personally try to buy as much as I can in America. But let's go back to the amendment. What are we going to do for our firefighters and police if this doesn't pass?
Well, Representative, according to the legislation as written currently, as of October of next year, they have to stop using whatever equipment they have currently.
I think that's a little derelict, to be honest here, because what are we going to do in the meantime? We could talk a good game, but the fact is we need to go forward. We have to have that in appropriations, and it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars, and I'm fine with that. But right now, we need to protect our fire and police and our citizens. So I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
so-
Representative Candelario.
Thank you. One quick question in regards to the October 24 deadline. So, if I understand this correctly, they won't be able to use it at all. So I want to understand what's the waiver process through the Office of Policy and Management for that?
Thank you. So they can't purchase after October 1 of 2024, the way it's written now, and cannot use after October 1 of 2025. So there would be 1 year. I have heard, members of the committee and the testimony that we probably need a longer phase-in period, right? That it's a 3 to 5 year useful life. There is in the bill, a line 301 through 308. It talks about the waiver process. Actually, so line 294, Secretary of Office of Policy and Management may waive the prohibitions established in subdivision if so you submit a form to OPM as determined by OPM, an application specifying the need for such waiver. There is an application fee. Necessary due to exigent circumstances to counter another unmanned craft for the purpose of any criminal investigation, and submits to the joint standing committee. So there are some reasons, exigent circumstances for the purpose of any criminal investigation, that they can grant a waiver.
Thank you for that.
With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, on line 320, it says beginning October 1, 2025, no public entity shall operate a small unmanned aircraft system assembled or manufactured by or covered foreign entity. So as of October 1st, 2025, regardless of the American capacity to build these, which is really the problem. The senator spoke so eloquently. She was 100% correct on everything she said, except for the fact that we don't really make these in the United States yet. The federal government has been absolutely derelict in supporting this industry and allowing this to happen, in my opinion. So although I do agree with her completely, the bill as written does say as of October 1st next year, they're not allowed to use it anymore, regardless of a waiver. That's how I read it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And that would need to be clarified with the waiver process. So thank you. Are there any other further questions or comments? If not, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll
Roll call.
on the amendment?
Yeah. Yes. Roll call vote for the amendment to SB 3. Senator Maroney,
No.
Representative D'Agostino,
No.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Brown,
Brown votes no.
Senator Ciccarella,
Yes.
Representative Retigliano, Representative Acker,
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Ali Brennan votes no.
Representative Anaskevich,
Yes.
Representative Candelaria,
No.
Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes no.
Representative Fazzino, Representative Gibson, Senator Kissel,
Yeah.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Osborne,
Osborne, no.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the negative.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Rochelle,
Representative Rochelle votes no.
Representative Santos, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes yes.
Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, that's 8 yays to 12 nays.
Motion fails. Further discussion on the bill? Representative Retigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, after there's many parts of this bill that we'll probably have some questions on going forward and before we take a vote on it today. But I think one of the most important things, or one of the things we could talk about right now, is it's possible that this bill shouldn't even be before us. That if you read the contents of the bill, wouldn't the Energy and Technology Committee be more an appropriate vehicle or appropriate committee for this bill? So with that, Mr. Chairman, and I don't need a roll call, it could be a voice vote, it's okay. I'd like to motion for the General Law Committee to refer this to the Energy and Technology Committee. So moved.
So moved by Representative Retigliano, seconded by Senator Ciccarella. Are there any comments? Representative Acker.
Yeah, as a member of the Energy and Technology Committee, a lot of times we always think we just do energy, and of course it's the big elephant in the room in many cases, the big number. But yeah, I think this is an area that, especially when we talk about the development of these devices, that this should be an area where that would be reviewed on, you know, and you know why, and you know, and why is there a holdup, you know, in developing in these programs in terms. And listen, yeah, granted, as the good senator mentioned, you know, the cost over there to build something and make something and develop it is cheaper. But I think we want to buy American made products, and we want the technology to be here and monitored here. So I think it's a perfect place for that to be in the energy and technology. So I'm full support of this amendment.
Thank you. Senator Ciccarella.
I also speak in support of the amendment. I think it makes sense, not only with the section we're discussing with the drones. To that point, we talk about technology. We need the technology to produce these type of drones so our first responders could use them. And as we heard testimony from numerous individuals that are in the business of using these drones, the technology is not there. The amount of companies that are building the drones here in the States are small. It takes a long time, and they're simply not as good. So another good reason to put this over to Energy and Technology. And the whole, you know, rest of this bill, speaking about, you know, the data, our internet, in my opinion, I think it's more appropriately suited to be in that committee, and I support the amendment.
Thank you. For Representative Acker for the second
Yeah,
time.
for a second time, I didn't want to skip out on we've been working diligently on, you know, broadband accessibility, you know, Representative Horn, you know, struggling out there in the northwest corner. And, you know, when you think about, when you hear the term that, well, 98% of are people that are covered by the broadband, you go, what if you're in the 2%? You know, and so we've had this long time conversation going on. So these sections also fit well in that committee. So thank you again for the second opportunity.
Thank you very much for your comments. And, you know, as with many of the bills that come before us, there really is joint cognizance. There are several committees that it could go before. So there are sections of this bill that are definitely within our cognizance, and there are sections that may be better before another committee. But I would respectfully ask I respectfully oppose the amendment to see if we could send it to the floor and allow the screening committee to then decide whether it needs to go to another committee. Are there any other comments? With that, so are we doing? Yeah, I would ask. I would ask for a roll call vote on the amendment. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can we have a motion to have a roll call on the motion to refer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roll call vote on motion to refer SB 3 to the Energy and Technology Committee. Senator Maroney.
No.
Representative D'Agostino.
No.
Senator Fanfara. Representative Brown.
Rep. Brown votes no.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Retigliano. Representative Acker.
Yes.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Ali Brennan votes no.
Representative Anaskevich.
Yes.
Representative Candelaria.
No.
Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes no.
Representative Fazzino. Representative Gibson, Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes no.
Representative Osborne,
Osborne, no.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the negative.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Rochelle,
Rep. Rochelle votes no.
Representative Santos, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Representative Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, we have 8 yays and 11 nays.
The motion fails. Are there any further discussion on the underlying bill? Representative Partigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a question on, it was, when I was reading the bill on lines 377, and it continues on to 392, but we'll focus on 397 right now. It says, no person shall compel a connected device manufacturer or any other person operating a voice recognition feature to build specific features for purpose of allowing law enforcement agency or officer to monitor communications through a voice recognition feature. Does this ban or disallow like a wiretap, what we would call a wiretap, subpoenaed ability for law enforcement to listen? I am on 377. Oh, 377.
Looking at which LCO are you looking at?
The right one, SB3. I have lots of LCOs.
2762 is the LCO.
Yeah, I'm on 2762.
Yeah, which one?
I was specifically the paragraph 377. I was just curious about if that disallows wiretaps, or I don't know the technical term, if wiretap is still in.
I mean, presumably there's a separate section on wiretaps authority in our criminal code and our law enforcement statute. So absent notwithstanding language, this wouldn't overrule anything, any existing authority. And I don't think there's notwithstanding language in there.
Says it wouldn't allow 391, right? It wouldn't modify, limit, or supersede the operation of any other provisions of the general statutes concerning privacy or security.
Well, I appreciate that. And then on 386, authorized disclosure of any recordings retained by a connected. So you're saying that even if they had retained a communication, that the law enforcement should still be able to subpoena that information, even though it says they can't do it in 386 through 390 without me reading the whole thing, because you could read it.
Right. I think it says unless they can't authorize the disclosure of the recording unless there is limited to law enforcement, unless such disclosure is authorized by other applicable law or pursuant to an order issued by a court of
Okay.
competent jurisdiction. So
Good.
it still would be subject to subpoena.
Well, I appreciate you clearing that up. I feel maybe we've talked about it enough for today. I did have other sections that I thought were very duplicative, especially since most of them duplicated the governor's bill we just passed out of committee last week. So I'll be voting no today on the bill just because I think many parts of it are unnecessary, even to go as far as to say outdated, especially some of the net neutrality stuff. So it felt very 2004 to me. But really most disconcerting was the drones, which I feel we've had a very robust discussion on, and I appreciate that. There may be some members with a couple of questions, but I'll end there.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman.
much. Senator Ciccarello.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the fees. We heard testimony that we were kind of the model of getting rid of the fees when it comes to things like ticket sales. We're talking about Taylor Swift tickets. And it's my understanding that we're kind of back to right where we are. If we look at lines 223 through 230, and it's basically still allowing the online ticket sales to be able to pick your ticket, and you're not going to see the exact cost until you're getting ready to check out. I was just wondering if that was done intentionally and why, considering the point of this was to limit those additional fees and stop that from happening when you're just about to check out. You pay for the tail. You tell your kid you're going to get him the ticket, and you see the price, you get there, and it's $100 more with all the fees. I thought we were trying to address that, and it seems like we're not.
Yeah, thank you. And we did pass a great bill together last year on the ticketing. We're looking at expanding that, right? We're with the all-in pricing that you have to disclose the whole price. My favorite part of that is you couldn't charge for email delivery of tickets of last year's bill, because that always annoyed me because it doesn't really cost anything to send an email. I think that what we heard was some of the testimony for where there are some areas where it's hard to calculate, like whether it's a commission or something, until you know what everything else is in there. So before you hit pay, right, you'll have that final cost, is the goal. But I think that this was in response to some of the testimony on needing a little more flexibility. And to Representative Ritigliano's point, we do have 3 bills on junk fees. And so in the end, only one of them will pass. So we will be looking at consolidating those.
Excellent. And then I have a lot of concerns, and I guess for the sake of time, I expressed some of those concerns in our public hearing. But I do have, to make a couple of comments on section 2. In here, it's going to put into law that the cost for the affordable broadband internet services or the access services are not more than $40 per month. What happens if it becomes more expensive to do business and that number is not feasible any longer? We're gonna have to come back and change the bill. And what happens if, we get to a time or a place where the data moves so quickly and easily that it's less expensive? I just not understanding why we're putting a price on that in this section. If maybe you could give me some clarity on what exactly we're trying to do there, and how to avoid, companies from, having to charge their other customers more money if in fact it was the first scenario where it's going to get more expensive to do business and the $40 is going to be just not enough to cover that. Someone's going to have to make up that number. If you could kind of clarify.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think there does need to be work on that. I think through the Affordable Connectivity Program, the federal program, it was $30, I believe was the amount that they had used for the affordable. So we need to make sure we're matching to other programs. And from the testimony we did hear on building in inflation as well. But there are existing programs by both Cablevision and Comcast that I'm aware of. Comcast is Internet Essential. It's been $9.99 a month for, I think, 10 years. And Cablevision is $14.99 a month, and they've had that program. So, we do, I know there are words we all hate, but it is a work in progress there to get to the final language. But the goal is, again, to make sure that everyone has access to broadband. And sometimes access and being connected are very different things. There are lots of people who their neighborhoods are wired, but they haven't chosen to connect, right? And that could be, a lot of times it's because they don't know about these affordable programs. And so some of that is going to take us to do outreach to get more people connected. As we talked about AI and moving forward, so much of our training, so much of our lives are moving online, that we need to make sure that in order to have equitable access to these opportunities, we need to get everyone connected.
Thank you. And I understand that. And I also echo how important it is that people are connected and everything is moving to, your phone, doctors, visits, and everything else. And I understand the technology is something that's important and needed, but I just want to make sure we're doing it responsibly and not at the cost of the, additional constituents that we have that are not going to qualifying for these reduced costs. Because it is going to be expensive to not only continue to cover those costs, but, the outreach, the making sure individuals who aren't, connected because they choose not to be, we're not going to spend good money when they just simply don't want to be connected. We talked about some people just don't want to deal with technology, that we don't want to spend taxpayers' dollars to do that. But I understand the intended purpose, and I do agree with it, and I understand how important it is. I just hope we do it responsibly and we continue to work on this. Because, I could just see where this will get more expensive for Connecticut residents. It's already very expensive for our residents here. Kind of to that point too, when we're talking about fixing the cost on this, and I'm not an attorney and I want to make sure I'm right on this, but it's more of a federal policy. You know, when you think of net neutrality and a lot of the stuff that's in this, it's a bigger bill. Is there going to be an issue with kind of fixing the price of the internet? Are we going to have to amend our constitution at all? Or, you know, it's a federal policy that prohibits states from regulating the internet and the broadband pricing. Is that going to at all affect, this is going to affect that?
I think as with so many things we do, the courts will decide. I think we heard in testimony that there is a similar bill in New York State that had passed and is pending legislation or pending litigation. I'm sorry. This is pending legislation. That one's pending litigation. So yes, it's the natural progression.
I understand. I understand that. And it's just unfortunate. I understand that we come here, we try to do good. And I just hope while we're doing that, we're not creating additional problems for Connecticut residents. And I just think that we say it's a work in progress. And I know we have a deadline and we have to get stuff out, but it'd be great to understand what it looks like before we move it forward. And for that reason, today with SB3, I'm not going to be able to support it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Changing a little bit directions, 110 through 113 of LCO 2762 develops a net equity program within DCP. Are you aware that they have staffing and or recesses to support this? Or should we ask Senator Austin to give us some money?
No. So I am not aware if they have the staffing and resources, but I have it on good authority that if they ask for it, they will not get it.
And I mean, because I gotta say that it's so often that we look at doing, good policy here. And in many cases, I know in a lot of the communities I served back in years past, it said if it's good policy, move it forward. Our decision is not to decide if there's money for it. So, but my focus is that, state agencies are rebounding back with individuals in hiring, but they're not fully there yet. And to add on more without them and say that there's no resources or a person that's going to do this. I just want to make sure if we're going to do this and it's a good policy, that good policy should come with the ability to actually do the policy, which means funding. So that's number one. So
understood. And in all seriousness, it is something we will have to work with DCP to figure out how we can do this.
Yeah. And then lines 264, 266, we talked a lot about the individuals, that in our first responders and the ability to use this equipment. But if I believe it says any person, which means any corporation and or business that does work with the state cannot use drones for that if they use drones for their work. Does you read that to be that way also?
My reading is that no state funds, including but not limited to any state funds awarded or paid pursuant to a contract, cooperative agreement or grant shall be used to purchase, operate, or repair. So if you're doing business with the state, correct, then you would not.
Right,
No.
because what we look at with that is that whether you're a surveyor or many different uses there, whether you're working with DOT, private administrators, so many of those private organizations have very expensive equipment also. And now they would be void of state contracting unless they purchase different equipment. So that was an area that it's just not our first responders. It's anybody doing any business with the state of Connecticut. Yeah, anything DOT work wise, stuff like that. That is, a lot of it's done now. It's safety concerns, whether it's, DOT, bridge, roofing, surveying. So those all are, would be affected by this legislation, as we, if and as we move forward.
Correct. My reading is it would be any of the work for the state. So it wouldn't prevent them for using it if it was a subcontractor, right? So the work they did for the state, they would not be able to use it, but work for other entities that weren't government entities, for other private, they would be able to. It's my reading of it, but I may be incorrect.
Yeah, I think you're, Senator, I think you're, the way I look at it is that section that this person, so if you have a contract with the state, because, obviously, engineering firms, whatever it may be, so would also be affected by this legislation. Because that's the way I read it.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Is there anyone online? Okay. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll? And the votes will be held open till 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Roll call vote on SB number 3, an act concerning consumer protection, proposed action JFS to the floor, LCO 2762. Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fanfara, Representative Brown,
Rep. Brown votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Ritigliano, Representative Acker,
No.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Anaskevich,
No.
Representative Candelaria, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Fazzino, Representative Gibson, Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Osborne, Senator Austin, Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Rochelle,
Rep. Rochelle votes yes.
Representative Santos, Representative Scott, Representative Yacarino, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Ciccarella. We're doing a roll call vote on SB number 3, an act concerning consumer protection, JFS to the floor, LCO 2762. Votes are held open until 5.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I believe that ends our business for today. I don't know, this is our last committee meeting, so I don't know if Representative Ritigliano or Senator Ciccarella would like to say anything.
It is our last meeting, and I wanted to thank everybody, especially MJ and Bonnie for all their hard work this year. Once again, the General Law Committee has shown the other committees how it's done, right? Except maybe SB3, but other than that, we've really shown. But I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the members, and especially you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much.
I'd just like to echo the representative's comments. Thank our staff. Without you guys keeping the wheels turning, we wouldn't make our deadlines and get our notes in enough time to make sure we're ready for days like this. So want to thank everyone, and it's always a pleasure to work with you guys and try to get some good stuff done for our Connecticut residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo those thanks to MJ and Bonnie and Josh, our other assistant clerk, as well as to our to Duke and to Brian Valco, our LCO. We had a lot of large, complicated bills that he had to draft in short time. So thank you for all of your work on that. Thanks to Representative D'Agostino, who is, I think, the best chair in this building and makes sure he keeps us all on task and moving forward. And then just on a personal note, thank you to everyone for your support over the last week. So many people came down to my father's wake, and or reached out and sent a text, and I really appreciate that. You know, I think you hear me mention Stoicism a lot the other day. The note in the Daily Stoic was to find your Cato. And Cato was a person of moral virtue and high moral character who people would look up to and look to when they needed to make a decision. And I lost my Cato, but thank you for being there. And with that, we are adjourned till, oh no, with that, we are in recess until 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Representative Rochelle, are you still here? Senate
Hey,
Bill
MJ.
number 3, enacted concerning consumer protection, JFS to the floor, LCO 2762. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. I think that was the only one.
Hey, MJ, how are you?
Hey.
So I need to catch up on some votes.
Room, we can like hear me talking in the room. It's so weird.
Can they hear me in the room?
So, first up, we have House Bill 5150, an act concerning cannabis and hemp regulation. Proposed action, JFS to the floor, LCO 2922.
Yes.
Then we have Senate Bill 199, an act requiring online prevention education for electronic nicotine delivery system dealer registration, JFS to the floor, LCO 2931.
Yes.
Then we have Senate Bill 201, an act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding price disclosure, service agreements, the new
Yes.
Home Construction Guarantee Fund, and the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act. JFS to the floor, LCO 2933.
Yes.
Finally, we have Senate Bill 2, an act concerning artificial intelligence, JFS to the floor, LCO 2900.
Yes.
Cool.
All right. So you got me for everything?
Yep. Thank you so much,
All right,
Representative.
thank you.
The that I can control the microphone. You can mute people next one. I can. Do I have to go on camera? Oh, no, just making hero. Oh, okay. So Senate Bill 201, an act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding price disclosure service agreements, the new home construction guarantee fund, and the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act. JFS to the floor, LCO 2933. Oh, you voted on it. That's funny. 5150. House Bill 501, an act concerning cannabis and hemp regulation, JFS to the floor, LCO 2922. Yes. 199. Yeah. Senate Bill 199, an act requiring online prevention education for electronic nicotine delivery system dealer registration, JFS to the floor, LCO 2931. Yes. You did that one, you did that one, okay. You got it. I never wanted. Hi, Senator Austin. All right, let me find one. Okay, here we are. Yes.
MJ, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. Can I vote now on the last bill?
No, exactly. Yeah, I was just finding it to make sure. So Senate Bill number 3, an act concerning consumer protection, JFS to the floor, LCO 2762.
Affirmative. I vote in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator.
And I think I voted on everything else, right?
Yeah, I'm making sure, Senator Austin. Yep. Yep, you did.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too.
Hey MJ, Tony here.
Hey, Rep Scott. Making
I was
sure
able to jump
have
on for the
everything.
couple amendments. I was listening the whole time. I'm in a sales meeting for work.
Yeah.
So I was able to vote
You're
for the,
good.
the amendments. I knew that I couldn't come back and vote on those. I did jump out and vote for those, but I think I'm owed votes for all of them.
Okay, so House Bill 5150, an act concerning cannabis and hemp regulation, JFS to the floor, LCO 2922.
Representative Scott votes yes.
Okay. Senate Bill 201, an act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding price disclosure service agreements, the new home construction guarantee fund, and the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act. JFS to the floor, LCO 2933.
Yeah, Representative Scott votes yes.
Senate Bill number 3, an act concerning consumer protection, JFS to the floor, LCO 2762.
That was the last one we did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a no on that one, please.
Okay. And then Senate Bill 2, an act concerning artificial intelligence, JFS to the floor, LCO 2900.
Yep, Representative Scott will be a yes.
And Senate Bill 199, an act requiring online prevention education for electronic nicotine delivery system dealer registration, JFS to the floor, LCO 2931.
Yep, Representative Scott votes yes.
Thank you so much, Representative Scott.
Thanks, MJ. We'll see you soon, buddy.
Yes, sir. Enjoy your day.
Yep, you too. Bye.
Okay, so here we are. Senate Bill number 3, an act concerning consumer protection, proposed action JFS to the floor, LCO 2762. Okay. That's pretty standard. Yeah. So, yeah, thanks, Rick. Hey, Mike, did you want to do this right now or wait a little bit?
Yep, let's go ahead.
Alrighty. So it was just, yeah, it was just the SB3. So
Yep, just SB3.
Senate Bill number 3, oh wait,
Yes.
oh, yeah, enact concerning consumer protection, proposed action, JFS to the floor, LCO 2762.
Yes.
Alrighty, thank you so
All right.
much.
All
Have a-
set. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Hey, MJ.
Hey, Rep Santos.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you today?
I lost connection right as some of that was happening. I heard about an amendment, so.
Well, yeah, so none of that went through.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So we'll start off with SB3, which is the one that everyone's talking about. So an act concerning Senate Bill number 3, an act concerning consumer protection, proposed action JFS to the floor, LCO 2762.
I'm a yes on that. I'm good.
Phantoms. Yeah. Okay. And then we have Senate Bill 199, an act requiring online prevention education for electronic nicotine delivery system dealer registration. JFS to the floor, LCO 2931.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay. Senate Bill 201, an act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding price disclosure, service agreements, the new home construction guarantee fund, and the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act.
Yes.
JFS to the floor, LCO 2933.
Yes, good.
Cool. And then Senate Bill number 2, an act concerning artificial intelligence, JFS to the floor, LCO 2900.
Yes, for me on that one as well.
And finally, House Bill 5150, an act concerning cannabis and hemp regulation, JFS to the floor, LCO 2922.
Yep, I'm good with that as well.
All right. Oh, that one you actually voted for.
Yes.
Look at that. Thank you so much.
Was there much debate on that one there?
That one, there was a little bit of a debate about wait, maybe that didn't happen during the actual thing because we had the caucus last night and there was some talk in that. There wasn't a lot of debate actually in the meeting.
Got it. Did anyone like vote against it?
Rep Luxembourg did.
Okay, yeah, I figured he would. All right,
Yeah.
so we're good
Awesome.
then.
Thanks, Rep Santos.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Hey, Representative. Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me?
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Was only the last one, right? Let me
Yeah, I
make
think
sure.
it was SB3 was the only one that I didn't vote on.
Yes, perfect. So. One moment.
Sure.
So Senate Bill number 3, an act concerning consumer protection, JFS to the floor, LCO 2762.
Yes.
All righty,
All right.
thank you.
Am I the last one or you still got others?
Oh, no, there's other people, don't worry. Enjoy
right.
the rest of your day.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Hey, Rep Luxembourg. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, it was just SB3, so
Yep,
find my paper for that.
no problem. Luxembourg votes yes on SB3.
One moment.
Oh,
Senate
okay.
Bill 3, an act concerning consumer protection, proposed action, JFS to the floor, LCO 2762.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Thank you, Rep Luxembourg. Quick
Hope
and
you
easy.
have a great day.
You too. Enjoy.
Bye.
turn this on so they can hear. First, we have SB 199, an act requiring online prevention education for electronic nicotine delivery system dealer registration. Proposed action JFS to the floor, LCO 2931. Where are you? Here. Senate Bill 201, an act concerning the Attorney General's recommendations regarding price disclosure service agreements, the New Home Construction Guarantee Fund, and the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act, JFS to the floor, LCO 2933. Senate Bill 2, an act concerning artificial intelligence, JFS to the floor, LCO 2900. And then Senate Bill 3, an act concerning consumer protection, JFS to the floor, LCO 2762. What's that about? This is the one, that's like the biggest thing with the drones. So, the drones. And then House Bill 5150, an act concerning cannabis and hemp regulation, JFS to the floor, LCO 2922. Yes. Great. Thank you so much, Senator.